Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to... What on earth are we calling this? Warhammer Wednesday. That should have been obvious. Hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna pick up where we left off. Had a feeling that would be loud. Looks good on stream. Too loud for me. Right, where we left off 2 Fridays ago on the Fallout 4 will be all nice and modded up and tested and ready to go by the time we're done with this. So
I always have a backup plan.
that's what he sounds like. Want to remember that? I always have a backup plan. Something like that. We're good to go through this door and probably end the prologue. Let's find out. Oh, we're blowing it up. Go for it. I forgot everything. I vaguely remember my character, and I remember these guys' deals, more or less. It'll be easier to remember it week by week rather than a week and a half at a time. Alright, we're leveling up. Right. So it's more of this. What does the... Oh, logic. Yes, I recall. Need to get out of the habit of facing away from the mic and talking. It's very narrow range. If I want to move my head, I have to move the mic with me, and then you can't see me when I'm over here. We'll figure it out. So, let's see. This is just... Oh, right, wait. I'm a little sluggish today. Give me some grace. I got a little bit of coffee. I'm hoping that speeds things up. This is just... Oh, can I light? I suppose... This is one rank available. Does that mean... Man, I should have finished the prologue. That's fine. If I hit complete... But did I do anything? I'm confused. What did I just do? I'll load back, most likely. Oh, I'm in Iron Man mode. I can't load back. Fuck, that's right. I don't know what I just did. Did I level up or not? What? It doesn't seem... I think I just gave myself plus 10 in all this, which is fine. I might be too tired for this game today. Because I have no fucking clue what I just did. I leveled up before. I leveled up last week. Or the last time I streamed this. I'm just... Okay, that's... I see. It's not even that big of a deal if all I did was just upgrade my skills. That's a good thing. Yeah, I guess that's what I did. Okay, that's fine. Stick with that for now. I see. And I'd be doing some melee attack against any target in the warrior's path. This attack does not count towards the limit of the warrior's attacks per turn. Right, so there must be... Yeah, but how exactly am I improving this? Is this not the default... Is this not the default way that this attack works? What would I be doing? Huh. So... Can I take this? I almost want to restart and redo the tutorial because I forgot entirely how all of this works. Clearly. Oh, hang on, is that what I did? Did I so this is a really weird level up system. I'm just confused. Is this me picking a skill to level up? Or hang on, yeah, that's fine. I'm kind of worried now that I picked something completely useless for my character. Can I revisit the tutorial for that? Uh, hmm. No, you can't, by the looks of it. Right, okay. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties.
So I genuinely, I have no idea how.
Step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
I have no idea how this is actually working. If I click this, do I then choose a skill that gets leveled up? Yeah, I think that is what's happening. It's not that you're choosing all of these skills to level up, you're choosing one skill to level up. So in my case, I leveled up logic, which, fine, that's good for me. At least I think that's what happened, but I'm not actually... seeing that reflected here, so I don't know what I did by leveling up. Hang on. Okay. Okay. So you just level up. You're not going to get a new choice every... I see. So this must be what that's right. Okay, I get it. It's going in a clockwise direction. It's not like I could have gone one way or the other right from the beginning. I'm not expanding around this circle. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I had nothing to choose, and that's why there wasn't any feedback. I just hit confirm. This is what I got as exposed weakness. The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor by minus 15 plus exploits removed times 1%. Until... Why times 1? Did we need that, or does that change at some perception? Okay, I see. Until the start of the operative's next turn, if this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the operative removes only half the Okay. Forgive me. I am, like I said, sleepy. So, Abelard. Yes, that's your name, is it not? Who are you? Abelard. Can I get a quick rundown of this guy? Because I remember she's the psyker. And she's... Hello, Creamies. Welcome in. And she's the, zealot. He's like the first mate around here, if I remember right. But, how about a biography? No? Not even a rundown? Alright, well, that's fine. Let's just level him up. I've arrived to give you lore, thank you. Lore is always appreciated. So he gets endure until the warrior's next turn. The game +2 deflections and +10 temporary wounds. Cool. Adira, the other operative, gets the same thing as me. And Argenta, the soldier, gets Revel in Slaughter. Soldier immediately removes the winded effect until the end of combat. The soldier gains the following bonuses: +10 ballistic skill, +15% critical damage, +5% critical hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. Wonderful. Abelard is the rogue trader's personal assistant and bodyguard. He trains all the officers on board the ship. He abides by etiquette and rules as if they are the law. Good. Got it.
Let us not dawdle.
Okay, let us not dawdle indeed. We're back here. I see. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. And he served the current rogue trader for years and years at this point, I see.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible, for your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
Sure, I know who the Emperor is, but let's read what the game has to say. The Emperor of mankind, the guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Each. Yes.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Nadira breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle and she looks like she's about to fall. Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, adherent. Your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Got it. Okay. What would Sebastian do in this situation? The person he's... I don't think Sebastian... Because I think Sebastian's first instinct is that this would have been an illusion of the warp. So... I mean, none of the... dogmatic doesn't seem like the way he's going to end up going. And it's not like this is going to set anything in stone. It's just the first one of these. I don't think he'd be all that worried about the people of the ship either. His priority right now is to get to the actual rogue trader, so... I think he'd go with dogmatic in this particular instance. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Walk through the fire. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. Sucks. That felt like the practical choice, though. We need us to get to the rogue trader to try and help her, more so than we need some pawns. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating, as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see, aglow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium, the 2-headed eagle sigil that signifies the Imperium. I did the same thing, but I'm a priest, so for me it was more blind faith. I think he was just using it as a cool thing to say, because he didn't believe it anyway. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voidfear wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace. Well, that's wonderful.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
A familiar voice cuts through the din and the pounding. Seneschal Abelard Verisian is leaning over you, peering into your face with a look of worry. He notices your gaze and breathes a sigh of relief.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. Behind Argenta you see Adira Tlas, doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who are following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects Seneschal.
Indeed he does. Huh. If I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
Your tone renders Abelard motionless, then he quickly makes the holy sigil of the Aquila himself. Oh. Okay, so it was real. It was like an actual... I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't know how I justified a second ago how the crew members couldn't get through. So yeah, no, that was a prayer to the Emperor that got us through there. Huh. Well, you know. I knew it. I knew it would happen.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Argenta, staring straight ahead, then crosses her arms over her chest with reverence.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Dismiss the help and stand up on your own. I feel fine. Even if you are anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit, be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith. It will not carry you much further. Okie dokie.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
Okay, that's the new decision consequence. We're not going to stick on this, the very faithful path, but okay, if it gives me some renown, I'll take it. They call him Blackjack, but it's not a race thing. He just likes unconscious people. As in, like blacking out? That's a stretch, Franklin. I don't know. I don't know if that one was worth the distance you had to walk to get there. Welcome in, though. Hope you're doing well. It was the only way. We're here in response to your vox call.
I did not expect you would make it here in time. After all, the mutiny caught the entire crew off guard, as they were scattered all over the ship. I must say, your wounds...
Let's look closely at Edelthrad. Edelthrad does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken on a strange hue. The skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Cycris body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the orb. No, a blackjack, like the thing you hit someone with. I'm not familiar with this. I think I've heard of a drink called the blackjack, but I didn't know it was a weapon. Um... You're not in the best shape yourself, Edelthrad.
Noticed the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes. The warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Phalanxius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
I can fight, at least for the time being.
Then let us steal our souls. Our greatest trial awaits. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It's like a leather-wrapped club. You're killing me, Smalls. Is it the thing that you always see in like cartoons and stuff? It's like real small and you just knock people. I guess that, yeah, that sounds like what you're describing. I see. I didn't know that was called a blackjack. Never heard it spoken of before. You mishear Edelthrad saying steal our souls and mistake him for a soul stealer. You kill him on sight. Remember, kids, take no chances. It's true. Can't be too careful in the war.
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I'm still receiving fragmentary reports from the breach. Kunrad Voigtveer was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
I shall go to Theodora's chambers to find her.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
Edelthrad salutes you with his weapon and turns to his retinue. Hang on. Real hot air coming out of my computer. Let me just see. Yeah, 76. I gotta clean that goddamn water block. All in good time. Need to replace it, honestly. Generators hum softly.
Rise
Yes,
to
yes,
the top,
yes.
or get left in the dust.
Get left in the dust. No, that was awful. We'll get there. Going for consistency. But it's tricky up north. I'll have all of this. Well, hang on. 2 card. Yeah, I remember. Fallen Steel has Fallen Stell has blocked the path to the lifts. You have to look for another way to Edelthrad. I am
Always
going
keep
to
your eye on the
find
prize.
the rogue trader, though, am I not? Goodness. A little sleepy for this. I'm not gonna lie. Might be a shorter stream
We
than I
should
had
deal
planned.
with this.
I think we're on the right track.
Oh, it's
Just
a
out of
peculiar
curiosity,
thing.
where does this go? Oh, hello there, Kurt. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I got some goggles and a set of sacred oils and cogitograms that can appease the keeper of any technology. It provides an additional opportunity to call out a machine spirit and interact with a device, an expendable item. Those should indeed go in my inventory, and those goggles look pretty sick. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. +3 logic, that makes sense. That's what I'm all about.
Keep your wits about you.
What is this? A fresh injury. Okay, hang on. We prepared for this. You're going to find the rogue trader and then meet back up with Ethelfrad. Yes, 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 that's right. How goes the trading of the rogues? Pretty good. We just started. Let me remind myself how this works. How do I scroll down? There's a button that you can press to. Oh, you have to just okay. Contains various cataplasm patches, antiseptics, and synthetic skin applicators. Restores 16 wounds. Also removes bleeding. Removes 1 fresh injury, or if none exist, attempts to remove 1 old injury. Okay, so we have the means to fix this. Visit the void chip or use a med kit. Let's. To be fair, I did get injured by that fire. It's not like the little prayer I said was entirely effective.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Well, maybe you can do. Well, how do I? I remember not fully grasping this actually last time. How I'm actually supposed to have someone heal me.
What advice do you seek?
Is it if I have him do this? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Let's patch you up.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day. I have a
Very
nose for
good.
profit and a taste for adventure.
All right. And what is that? Go have no.
Is
Go
there
have a
money
look.
to be made?
This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. Well, it doesn't look very much like an area for receiving guests.
Fate
No.
and fortune favor the bold.
Okay, we gotta go to the Lord Captain's quarters. I see. I see. Well, these are nice. I look forward to definitely inheriting them. Oh, hang on a minute,
When the
didn't
faithful
I?
are idle, heresy grows.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experience.
Hang on, my hotkeys not working. I swear, there's not a single peripheral company out there that makes remotely good software. It's always garbage. And this G-Hub's okay, but it never seemed like I always have to launch it. And I swear I set it to launch on startup. What am I looking for? Rogue Trader. No, I'm looking for Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Let me just make sure it's still set up properly. Yeah, it is. Okay.
This.
There we go. Yeah, it genuinely just wasn't launched. It's much better. It's a pain in the ass when Q and E are your rotating things to not have it as alt. Well, that
I
was just
always
me
have a
alt-tabbing.
backup plan.
You were a merchant and you could sell anything. What would you sell? Probably alcohol or weed. No, I would sell weed. You can just do that. Not that I advocate breaking the law. You can do it legally as well. It's just, you know, slightly higher barriers to entry. I assume you mean do it successfully. Or taking for granted that you're doing it successfully. If I was gonna have a successful business, I think having a weed business would be pretty chill, all things considered. Especially once the regulations stabilize a little. very good. She's dead. My body. There's another good answer. Peripheral software just pisses me off. It never works. Never ever works. Stream Deck works fine, I guess, but most don't. That's true. Elgato software works pretty well, in my experience.
I always keep my options open.
I did have trouble with their wavelength software, trying to use that. Trying to get OBS to properly pick everything up. For some reason, I couldn't get that to work, but that might have been user error. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Interesting. It appears to be a rock, if I had to guess. Thought this guy's name was Goods for a moment. Helmet of the Devoted Protector acquires Dogmatic Follower. This helmet grants its wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. So I think that's gonna be you. Is there a way to make it so that it doesn't look like she's wearing a helmet? There should be. I'm sure there is. Yes, no helmet. For now. It might look better with some of the other ones. You found it out. Yeah. I think I get it. I get it. There's requirements. We went over that already. I was just interested in what you'd want to sell. I thought you'd say turtles for some reason, but weed is good. Why would I sell turtles? That sounds like a pain. I'd like to give turtles away. I would sell Jack's turtles. I guess there's something for everyone out there. There we go. Now that's a product. Indeed. I don't know. I don't think there's much of a market for turtles.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Alright. Let's look at her. Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on a large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
The Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the Archmilitant's body.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Adira's heart-rending scream shakes the walls. She collapses to her knees, her body shuddering as she weeps.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Abelard, stunned, takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of the desk. His eyes are locked on Theodora's body. I doubt it. Voidsphere wished humiliation, suffering on Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Okay, get it together. That's what you think, but I've been to Wall Street, and let me tell you, sonny boy, turtle stonk is through the roof. What on earth could they be using them for? They're not good at anything. Let me see. We had best be on our way. Yeah, no, we don't have time for this. I gotta tell you, I was under the impression that Theodora was the Archmilitant, and I don't see any other bodies. Huh. Well, let's examine Theodora's body. She was a close friend of Theodora's, and you're like, alright, lady, quit crying. Yeah, get it together. Let's be professional about this. The dead guy slumped against the wall is... Oh, Mort is the Archmilitant. That was my first guess. I see. Oh, back the... Yeah. Got it. It was just... He was labeled as goods, so I thought maybe he wasn't important. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. So she got shot through the window. I don't know about that. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium, which is a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man. Interesting. Okay. My first thought was window, but I had to remind myself, despite the architecture, we are on a spaceship. Adira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Dira scoops up a handful of shards and clenches them in her fist with such strength that blood starts dripping on the floor. She shakes her hand, looking frightened. I noticed the music modulates when people talk. I kind of wish it would stay at the same volume the whole time.
Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself. Look at the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Items received, handwritten letter with a seal. I don't know if the game expects me to read this right this second, but it's giving me the opportunity, so yeah, why not? Handwritten letter with a seal. Esteemed Theodora. A change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykad system. One of my acolytes, interrogator Henrix van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kalox himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you. XC. Lore Imperium test succeeded, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valancius, signed it with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition. One of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Inquisition, the secret organization tasked with hunting down the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind, and then the Imperium. Yeah, we know what the Imperium is. Examine the Archmilitant's body. I want to Sherlock Holmes this thing. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? I keep stretching out. Every time there's a vowel before an R, I stretch it out in an unnatural way. You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I kind of wish I got a chance to tell her, like, it was a well-placed auto pistol shot for both of them. We're not going to find anything that the killer touched, but in dialogue. What does this say? The murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening. Interesting. The Ordos are different chapters, like how the FBI, CIA, and NSA are all different, but are basically all police. I see. Ooh, a cape. A cloak. Grants +5 fellowship for each enemy and a 2-cell radius. We'll give that to a tank. In fact, I really like the idea of Abelard wearing his former master doesn't feel the right word. Liege? Why not? His former liege's cape. That'll be cool until he out-levels it, but...
I will lead us to fortune.
God, I need to stop specifically doing that. The wearer of the amulet gains a +10 bonus to commerce and lore. I'll wear that, yeah. Where? Oh, I see. Doesn't appear, I imagine. Yeah, not something like that. Maybe if I wasn't wearing gloves, but either way, wouldn't be surprised if accessories don't show up either way. Ooh. Did Theodora play this? Probably not. Parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle. Okay, definitely not sitting idle for many years. Oh, you can just double-click equipment, equip it. Yeah, I got it. Well, I didn't know that, but thank you. Okay, I think we're good. Nothing else to see in here. Let's get out there. I mean, I think we can all agree I'm basically the rogue trader now. I get the feeling the other heirs are going to die just to make it really unambiguous, but I don't know. There might be some sort of choosing happen. Did I not? I don't think I went in the bedroom, did I? Yes, I did. Where's the door? I thought we came in right here.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Did I get turned around? No. We definitely came in right here. There's a room you haven't gone in yet, is there? Perhaps. Could be that. That's nothing. That's nothing. Okay, well, let's have a look at this.
Let us not dawdle.
I swear we went in here. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I just looked around in here without actually moving anyone in here and didn't think to go any further. Or it could be I just didn't go to this side of the room. Okay, Abelard. This path is blocked. I see. I'm gonna have you go there then. And there. I'm gonna have you, Argenta. What's your deal again? Can I look at your abilities before, as I'm positioning you? Maybe your biography. I'm sure you can. Oh, it's P to bring up the log or something. It's not tab. I can look at this. Yeah, this is, there we go. Okay. That's right. He's mostly ranged, so she is someone I want to put in cover. Indira's psychic attacks and debuffs, and yeah. You go there. Indira will have you take cover as well. But I want better cover than you, so I'm gonna go right here. Actually. Well, this is the best full cover I can get right now, so we'll have Indira. I guess you can. Oh, what am I thinking? You go there. Let's do it. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what percentage of the incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. That was all in one ear, out the other. Hang on. The armor stat indicates what percent of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. Got it. I see. Character in light armor dodges attack more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor. I understand. Alright, Abby. It's you first. Oh, nice. I mean, we're going to be able to take all of them, hopefully, all of them out. I'm going to have Abelard. What's the arc on his melee attack? On cleave. I don't want to click this and he'll do it. All creatures within the... Okay, it's 3 by the looks of it, so unfortunately... I think the best thing he could do with that, I'll have him go here, because you can move. Yeah, I'm remembering it. Just take these guys out. Oh, you do click it first, though. You're not committing. Got it. Hit him with that. And... Oh, that's right. He can charge as well. And he can activate Endure, which... It's until their next turn, but honestly... Yeah, honestly, his charge too, which doesn't count as an attack. Wouldn't have been a bad idea to have him do that for... I need to remember that next time. That's right, and there's AP. I remember now. So I could have him do both of these. Brace for him. Oh, it could only be used once for combat, but honestly, not a bad time to use it. And it's not like I can move them all at the same time. Endure is top tier. I use it all the time, and I'm 45 hours in. It doesn't ever get useless. If I'm having him tank right now, honestly, let's have him do both.
Victory is imminent.
I hope I didn't just disable one by doing the other. I think I did. No, they're both on him. No, we're good. Alright, that's you. Now what will I do? Wow, that's pretty damn good. And it's once per combat, and it costs 0 AP. And all their... Oh, that's right. I keep misreading that as all damage, but no, it's only ally damage. It's if you're gonna throw explosives and stuff, just AoE attacks. Analyze enemies is... I'm not gonna have him move, unless I want to back him up a little bit. That wouldn't be a terrible idea, but there's no full cover back there, so I probably won't. Is that full cover? It only tells you if you can get there whether it's full cover, but it sure looks like full cover. Unfortunately, I should have had Sebastian go to this one so he could fall back here, but that's alright. I mean, we're all basically good right where we are. I'm fine with that. The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor. I should probably do this to the big guy there. Do I have to move to do this? No, that's not what that was implying. Okay, so we've done that. How much is it to shoot? 2 AP, so I can do one more. Oh, for a Deadeye shot, it's 2 AP. Okay, so I can definitely do this. Analyze him.
On it.
Now we're gonna do a Deadeye shot on him. And not do that much damage, apparently. Oh, did I hit Abelard with that? I see. Okay, won't happen again. Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not only to them, but also to the character standing behind them. The armor penetration parameter is found on most weapons and affects how much damage the target takes, as well as determines the chance of overpenetration. Some weapons have the overpenetration parameter, which depends on the type of weapon, the value of the weapon's armor penetration parameter, and the character's talent. In case of overpenetration, characters standing behind the target will receive less damage. You don't gotta tell me about overpenetration. I know all about that. Let's see. I think we're good there. I like the idea of Sebastian just shouting, "Oh, sorry about at me," and chuckling while a sniper bullet is lodged in Abelard's shoulder. He'll be fine. He got no injuries. He's fine. He sees at 28 out of 27. I don't know how. It's probably one of these. He's fine. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Click right mouse button on the effect's icon to see more details. If you wish to learn about an enemy, click right mouse button on their portrait, or the enemy themselves. Endure gives you temporary wounds. That's what that is. Yeah, he has extra health. I see. Who here? Apparent. I guess all of these guys. Is that analyze enemies, or is that... Is it over here? Yeah, it's over here that I would do this. Okay, exploit. We did that. Yes, we did that. I see. Okay. And so that's what all the cutthroats have going on. The combat servitor has heavily damaged, exposed weakness. Okay. Cool. Can't do plus 4 MP. Their next attack costs minus 1 AP less and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Until the end of the next turn, the soldier becomes winded. While winded, the soldier suffers minus 10 penalty to ballistic skill and cannot use run and gun. Furious Recital. Grants momentum equal to 6. This ability also grants an additional... oh, hang on. What is momentum? With momentum, your party members can use unique abilities called heroic acts and desperate measures. In battle, the level of momentum changes depending on the actions of the characters. If the momentum gauge reaches 175 or more, any party member can use a heroic act. If momentum drops below 25, your party will gain the ability to use desperate measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of each combat, the momentum of the party starts at 100. The maximum momentum of the party is 200. The minimum is 0. You don't have any momentum use yet, just FYI. Yes. Understood. This ability also grants an additional 3. That is either... okay. It's once per combat. And you need to kill 3 enemies for that. Okay. I see. So the burst fire as well is a situation where disabling friendly fireworks. This is an AoE attack, to be fair. It's not actually showing... oh, it will, I see. It's a narrower cone than I thought it was. I mean, this is a pretty damn good idea. Do I want to activate run and gun first? Yeah. Yeah, I sure do. And then we're gonna have you do this.
Faith without eradication.
And then we're gonna have you do the same thing again.
Doubt is for the weak. Prayer.
That's 3 enemies. We could reasonably do Revel and Slaughter on her next turn if she needs a next turn, which I think she will. Just 1, though. Run and gun does give a penalty to ballistic skills, so she's more likely to miss, but yeah, being able to shoot twice is amazing. I see. Too hasty, but worth it. Okay. Psyker increases the target's dodge and parry by 10% until the end of combat. I don't think Abelard needs any more buffs, so I won't worry about that right now. Deals from 7 to 16 damage to the target for 2 AP. And I imagine she can attack a... No. It's indicating that that's gonna disable the ability to do the ones on the left. Okay. I can have her analyze enemies again, but it does give exploits, but I don't think we need them. We can expose weakness. Does that stack? I wonder if that stacks. Could I get 2 exposed weaknesses on it? Well, I don't think we need that either, to be fair. So 7 to 16, because this, chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius, dealing... I don't suppose... well, if I click this, it'll give me an idea of how much damage that's gonna do. That feels like the best bet, honestly. Yeah, I think that was the right call. Now we've just got this guy to worry about. And I mean, this isn't once per combat, so let's find out if this stacks. Probably does stack, but I don't think he currently has any exploits, so it won't do anything. Yeah, fuck it.
That is not my destiny.
Oh no, you can't do 2 of them. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Abelard.
Will do.
Let's give him yet another buff. And sure, analyze the combat servitor. There you go. What's he gonna do? Oh, that's right, I forgot. Opportunity attacks. Attack denial. Oh, what? Combat log. I must have read that somewhere else. You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right corner of the screen. Click right mouse button on an event or an action to learn more about it. I see. Very good. Alright, Abelard, I think we can just finish this guy off. Hang on. You want to dash to him for... oh. Too close, that's fine. What's the limit? So I could do it if he was right there. Alright, move here.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
Give him a smack. He's a little tanky, isn't he? Give him another smack.
I will do my duty.
He is a little tanky. And then, hell, why not endure? And then end your turn. And now this time I can shoot him without it being a problem. We'll go ahead and do this again. We're gonna Deadeye shoot him.
Who, if not
And analyze him for kicks. Probably should have done that first. And then we're gonna have you probably just do a single shot at him, because he should be dead pretty soon.
None can escape the
There we go.
Emperor's judgment.
Another level up. Well, let's get to that first. What do I get? Dismantling attack. The operative immediately in... Oh, or... I can choose this. Or wait, is this in addition? It's in addition, I imagine. Okay. Level up a lot in this game. It's pretty consistent, pretty constant. Get both. Ooh. So, in addition to, well, first off, the operative immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Oh shit, I need to play an ad, and I'll try to just remember, because I don't want Billy to be 12 minutes late for the next one, but I need to get Billy back. I need to wake Billy up. That right there is your first momentum ability, so if you get to 175 momentum, you can do that. That attack always hits until the end of combat. The target of this attack suffers a minus 30% penalty to armor, block, dodge, and parry. Very good. At this archetype rank, characters gain a special archetype ability that can be used as a heroic act or desperate measure. These abilities become available depending on the party's momentum value. I see. Okay. Now, what will we take? Okay, there's a lot of options. Alright, strap in, folks. Alright. This is all features I can sort. There's recommended features, which I might want to look at first. Fresh target. When the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, that attack deals plus 14% more damage. Instant exposure. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. That's pretty cool. This is exposed weakness. 15 plus exploits removed. Oh, I see. So you stack exploits on someone and then use exposed weakness. That's what you want to do. I get it. Interesting. That could be really useful. They're in categories, so at the bottom you have common stuff that anyone can take, whereas at the top you have class abilities, homeworld abilities, and sometimes specific character abilities. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2% armor penetration until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. Stacks. And that's pretty damn good too. Weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces enemy toughness and willpower by -12 for 1 round. I mean, I'm leaning towards either instant exposure or Tide of Excellence. And then there's a lot more stuff. There's Sharpshooter. If the operative has not moved this turn, they deal +2 more damage with single shot attacks for every 5 cells between them, and the target gain for every 5 cell between them and the target, and could use a common there, and gain +4 ballistic skill. Maybe not, actually. These bonuses do not stack and last until the operative moves. I see. They do not stack. That's a little unfortunate, but I guess this is kind of just a nice buff to not moving very often. You just also kind of want to be really accurate from a distance to get a whole lot out of it. Why can't I? You need perfect spot to get sniper expertise. Where is perfect spot? Let's just scroll down a certain point. No? Let me see then. You could make favorites. Combat insight. While the operative's perception bonus is 10 or higher, they gain +1 AP and ignore enemies' deflection. Wow, okay. I think in combat, I mainly just want this guy to be a really accurate, really high damage sniper. That does debuffs as well, but mostly debuffs for my own sake. Okay. Fires of the Forge. Forge World characters gain +3 deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons. That's cool, but I probably won't be in a position where I'm getting hit with flame weapons too often. Hopefully. That's what I'm going for anyway. Persistence of the Forge. Forge World characters gain a stacking +10 bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction by +20%. That's awesome. Great for a sniper. Pinnacle of Weaponry. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 4. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to 2. I'm gonna get a drink. Hang on. There we go. Field of Fire. While the Astra Militarum commander is under the regimental tactic effect, all their allies gain +5% rate of fire for every attack they have made since the start of this effect. Interesting. Shoulder to shoulder. This is all Astra Militarum stuff, I guess. I'm not too worried about having this character specifically buff everyone. That's not really his deal. Other people can do all the fellowship stuff. Ballistic skill. Yeah, these are just skill buffs. That's interesting. Good to see you can do that. Okay. Then you've got defense features, which I'm not actually going to worry about at all just yet. My guy's going to mostly be out of the way. This is fellowship stuff. Oh, this is support specifically. Okay. Universal features, stuff that's good for everybody. Or can be good for everybody. My guy's a buffer. He's good at lore, commerce, fellowship, and buffing, but in combat itself, he never attacks. If he does, you know shit's gotten dire. Yeah, if the support's fighting. These aren't just for everybody. Some of the universal, I guess, is just it's good in general, not that it's good for everybody. Good in a lot of situations. Interesting. I guess my character will be debuffing, but debuffing and doing heavy damage. Okay. I can look through more later. I think instant exposure. Or Tide of Excellence. Let's go with Tide of Excellence for... No. Yeah. Do you get exploits? No, expose weakness. Okay. Let's do Tide of Excellence then. Make it a little bit more worth it to let exploits stack up, and then we'll probably get instant exposure next. Cool. Now, 3 more characters. Warrior. First, he gets Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains movement points and gains +3 MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. Whoa. Alright, and for the talent, we can get Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional +5 damage. It does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. I'm gonna have to read that one again. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional +5 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. Okay. Desolation. The warrior's melee attacks deal an additional +3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Quick Jack, spell out all the special Pip-Boys. Which one are you? What? Out of all the special Pip-Boys... Vault Boys, I assume you mean. Which one are you? Ooh. I don't remember what they all look like off the top of my head. Do you mean like the bobbleheads specifically? Sure. Jack's big guns on account of his enormous swing, but big guns is a skill. It's only a skill in Fallout 3. But yes, big guns is my final answer. The warrior's melee attacks deal an additional +3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Well, we mostly want Abelard going to where there's enemies in adjacent cells. Jack is definitely luck. Oh yeah, you might be onto something. I often hold clovers and wear big green hats. In Rage, if the warrior has less than 50% wounds, they gain +13% critical chance. Okay. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 5. I see. That sounds pretty good. Or Thick Skin. The warrior gains +1 damage deflection. Their parry chance is increased by +25% of the warrior's total armor. I'm gonna get Epicenter of Slaughter. That sounds the best. Operative. Same deal as me with a dismantling attack. I want to probably be more focused on... I could have her be the support. Is that something an operative can do? Is that in their... I mean, none of the support options are recommended for her. I don't want to build her exactly like me. She has different abilities than I do. I don't know if she's particularly good at here. Adira has a specific psyker abilities, and I recommend building her around that. Yeah, let's just look at those to start. Features, yeah. Okay. Increase target's dodge and parry by +10 until the end of turn. Can deal a lot of damage. Not to backseat, but she's a psyker. They're pretty unique. Yeah, it makes sense. Is it just these so far? I take it you give her more psyker abilities then when she levels up. Because if it's just these, it's like she can buff and she can do damage. Yeah, okay, there are psyker abilities too. I will backseat. Everyone full glass cannon, no defense, full damage. That's a good idea. You're onto something, buddy. When the psyker uses a divination psyker power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect, assume that means the ally not having the ally gains unnatural luck, yeah. She has quite a few specific psyker things. They can't kill you if they are dead. She's a diviner. When the ally suffers a critical hit, it becomes a normal hit instead, and the unnatural luck effect is removed. Okay, that's cool. Just negate critical hits. Is it color-coded which ones are specifically for psychers? It's got symbols, too. Okay. Yeah, the eye. And then this as well, apparently. Okay. They are split up. If you were in the 40k universe, do you think you'd give in to the Tzeentch? To Tzeentch, even though he'd mutate you like fuck? Oh, and then no, this seemingly is a, yeah, this is, okay, so no. Yes, I believe it. It's all about the forbidden knowledge. At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain plus 15% crit hit chance. Nice. Fatebringer, allies under the effect of at least one psychic power gain an additional plus 7% armor penetration. Every 9th successful dodge and or parry by the Psyker and their allies combined grants the Psyker plus 2 additional AP on the next turn. Okay, so increase their dodge chance so that happens. Dodge or parry chance so that happens more and more frequently, and then get more and more AP to kind of snowball on that. The first dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a minus 14% penalty. Aftershock. Every time the Psyker deals mental damage from any source other than Aftershock, the target suffers half as much mental damage at the end of their next turn. Mental Breach. Enemies that have taken damage from the Psyker at least once suffer a minus 20 penalty to all resistance tests against the Psyker until the end of combat. Oh shit. God damn, guys. Hang on. Here, we'll just do this. Fair enough. No more questions. You now have a bird head. Kurt would look good with a beak. I agree. I think the second I see the blue feathers, I'd give in. I think I'd wear it well. You'd wear me well. You sexy little shithouse. It's true. Kurt could wear you like a hat. Floating on my disc as my mind is split into a million bits. Alloy and I will roll up with some Sisters of Battle and pretend to purge you and your Tzeentch buddies, but then we'd all just go party. The shithouse is getting out of hand. I'd bring the crazy mind cocaine. Crazy mind cocaine? This lore I don't know about? Enemies that have failed a willpower resistance test against any of the Psyker's psychic powers will suffer an additional +6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage until the end of combat. Interesting. So when she deals damage with her Psyker powers, it's usually mental damage. So probably not going to be using the lightning bolts much in the late game. I don't think that really counts as the mental damage, and probably not a whole lot of synergy here. But it does arc. Zinch loves to party. It's more of a Slanesh thing, honestly. It's true. I could see Zinch having other sorts of crazy drugs. Zinch likes nerds. That too. That's why you and Jack are chosen by him. We are nerds. I'll take the forbidden knowledge. Visions of Doom. Enemies that become targets of the Psyker's psychic powers gain a stacking -5% penalty to their dodge and parry until the end of the combat. That become the of the Psyker's psychic powers. Okay, so I was wondering if maybe that would be a thing where the lightning would be well, here. Psychic powers are special abilities available only to Psykers. Yeah, I don't need to read that whole thing. I understand enough. Warp Mines. After every 6th use of a psychic power by the Psyker, all enemies gain a stacking -5 penalty to all characteristics. I like that. Just a flat debuff to everything the more she uses her psychic powers. That's just cool. Weak hearts. Enemies suffering from blinded, stunned, immobilized, or prone effects inflicted by the Psyker suffer +10% more damage. Okay. Advice and Guidance. The first time in combat that an ally becomes the target of a Psyker's psychic power, this ally gains +10 to weapon skill and ballistic skill until the end of combat. She does have some buff stuff as a Psyker. And I think that fits best in our party for the time being, is having her mostly focus on buffing, but I don't know. Most of what I've seen so far and what she has right now is a little more focused on debuffing. I'd laugh while the swirly happens because I'm tripping massive balls. There you go. She has forewarning, yeah, which would activate that, I think. I see. Force weapon attacks deal +2 more damage and have +10% more armor penetration. Enforce reality. Usage of a heroic act by the Psyker decreases veil degradation by -3. When Psykers reach deeper into the warped power of their abilities, there's always a chance of the Empyrean bleeding into our reality, unleashing its destructive influence. Use of psychic powers in battle by both allies and foes tears at the veil between the materium and the immaterium, between reality and the nightmarish realms beyond. While the veil holds, using psychic powers presents little danger, and their use merely triggers psychic phenomena. But should the veil degradation reach 15, the chance to cause psychic phenomena doubles, and perils of the warp may occur any time a major psychic power is used. Chance for it to occur is equal to 10 plus psi rating plus veil degradation. Interesting. So Psykers kind of are like, I mean, not really. Because, well, kind of, yeah, they're like blood mages. Not that they're, you know, a direct correlation, but, you know, if Emperor-based magic is good and Psyker-based magic is evil, it's evil magic. It summons demons. Veil degradation barely ever does anything, like 95% of the time, but then all of a sudden it'll pull some major bullshit. I like it. Kind of wild. Blood mages, Jack said the thing. I'm known for it. We're always talking about blood magic. Interesting. Well, I'm not going to worry about getting that anytime soon. While the Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the Psyker is in cover, all resistance tests of the target suffer a -8 penalty. Wow. So just keep her hidden and she's going to do -8 to all resistance tests. That seems like a decent thing to pick up first. I'll add that to the favorites real quick. Power Conduit. After triggering psychic phenomena or perils of the warp first time each turn, the Psyker's next psychic power costs -1 less action point. Psychic Barrage. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, this target suffers an additional +3 damage. Sounds like heresy, sir. I'm going to need you to come with me. I'm mainly just right now trying to get a sense of whether it'd be better to use her for buffs or debuffs, if I wanted to focus one way or the other. The Psyker psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by +4. Stabilizing factor. The first psychic power used each turn increases Veil Degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect on Veil Degradation to less than 0, Veil Degradation is instead decreased by 1. What? Hang on. The first psychic power used each turn increases Veil Degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect... Okay, it's about Veil Degradation, I'm not worried. A Psyker can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke attacks of opportunity, even without this talent. Thriving in Peril. Every Perils of the Warp increases momentum by +12. I mean, that sounds kind of nice. If you never worried about Veil Degradation, if you never worried about lessening it, you can just get a shit ton of momentum out of it, to the point where if it does do something terrible, at least you can probably do a heroic action in response. I'm gonna favorite that one. And this is basic stuff. Okay, I mostly saw debuffs then, so we'll focus her on debuffs in that case. I saw more synergy potential, at least, in the debuffs than in the buffs, so that's going to be the plan. I honestly kind of like the idea of... It makes it a little simpler for me early on. Just, well... Not in the target's line of sight. Harder for her to do much, though. Harder for her to debuff anyone if I'm focusing on keeping her out of sight. And it's a flat debuff. It's not focused. I'm going to unfavorite that. Thinking more about it. The alpha says otherwise. As you can see, I'm a herald of Tweech. And thus I will say no. I see. Why are there so many W's? It's recommending me mostly really basic stuff as well, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm going to take Predicted Downfall. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a -14% penalty. That sounds nice, you know, with Abelard, where he is... Yeah, that works. Okay. Argenta. For you, I'm probably going to go with one of the recommended ones. Soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2. Using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP, these attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. Soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Sounds awesome. What do you recommend? Camaraderie. For each... Ooh, shoot Kurt. We can shoot Kurt, sure. What manner of shot shall I take? I don't think I have anything adjacent to Kurt. I don't know. For each each adjacent ally, the soldier deals +9. Cover efficiency is increased by +10% for full cover and +20. That sounds pretty nice. Just keep her in a good health. Do you ever make egg cocktails? I've made cocktails with egg whites in them, but not any like actual flips that you have to heat up. No. What liquor would you usually use in those? In something with an egg white in it? Usually whiskey. I'm not gonna try reading that, Kurt. I don't know. I don't know what the extra W's are supposed to be. Okay, your yuckiest whiskey. All right, the yucky whiskey. We'll pick something for her. And then we'll grab a shot glass and do it. Reloading costs -2 AP less. Soldier gains +8% critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. I'm gonna go with exploit surroundings. That seems like a good bet. Okay. Let me go get a shot glass and figure out what my yuckiest whiskey is. Hey, here we go. We'll go full screen for this. There we go. Currently have 90,903 channel points, which coincidentally is Kurt's area code. Stay tuned to Jack's stream, where I'll be revealing Kurt's location one message at a time. Make him drink that flower gin. No, it's too late. You'll have to wait an hour at least. No, I think it's actually like 1 shot per stream. This stuff sucks. This is a caramel turtle flavored whiskey from Balatin's, which is a shame because their chocolate whiskey is actually really good. And I bought this thinking it would be of a similar caliber, but it is not. It's disgusting. Yeah, that looks bad. It's not good. They managed to infuse the worst part of a caramel turtle, because caramel turtles have walnuts in them. And walnut's not a bad flavor. I don't dislike walnuts, but somehow they made it mostly just the bitterness of the walnut that makes it in, and a little bit of caramel, and it doesn't work. So we're shooting you, Kurt. Awful stuff. It's honestly not that bad. It mostly leaves the flavor of kind of caramel, a little bit of nuttiness. Okay. We need to go back here. There we are. That's what you get, Kurt. You've been shot. Okay. I really don't need those going into my inventory, so... Then we got Grace of the Oblivious. The wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Okay, cool. Who's gonna get that? Which one of you is the stupid one? Abelard. I won't judge you. Less than 25, less than 35. Alright, Abelard, you're in the running. Yeah, Adira, you're in the running as well. Oh, I'm surrounded by idiots. What's my intelligence? Yeah, 45. That's respectable. So who would benefit the most? Plus 5 toughness. Yeah, probably Abelard. There you go, buddy. I should have double-clicked there. It's alright. Yeah, I like caramel turtles as well. It's one of my favorite chocolates. Especially frozen. All chocolate, I think, is better frozen, but caramel turtles in particular. Delicious. Brave streamer calls his religious followers idiots. I suppose that's what the faith is for, isn't it? Right, I see. Oh, I thought it was a cutscene moving us.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Edelthrad.
First sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Edelthrad looks somewhat harrowed, but is still in one piece. He glances at you, then over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Theodora von Valancius is dead. I found her and the arch-militant in the study.
God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head.
I can still manage to get my cursor stuck on the capture card. I do not know how to fix that. Edelthrad's eyes widen. And what did you actually say? God Emperor, preserve us, the rogue trader is dead, the ship has lost her captain. Yeah.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
It's a big empire. You know, small victory.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
Adira looks anxiously at Edelthrad, then she glances back at you. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Kunrad Voidfear clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he's holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Edelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthrad's eyes. They begin to turn a sickly yellow. That complicates things.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, that they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Voidfear stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Well, This is a
Your
fun little
demise
guy.
is already calculated.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
I love this guy. A chaos spawn. He's perfect. A chaos demon. He's a goofy boy and nothing more. I don't know about this chaos business, but it'll be the first time I've killed a goofy boy. Great design, isn't it? Yeah. He's buff. He's got. I just noticed the bird he has for a hand. This is amazing. I swear it's like something you'd make in Spore. Perfect. Alright, Abelard front and center. And everybody else should be hiding. In fact, Adira, I'm gonna have you here for now. I'm gonna put you here, and I'm gonna put me here. We're gonna start the battle. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence. Yeah, we've been over this. Natural armor. This creature's armor depends on the amount of its wounds. If it has more than 70% of its total wounds, it has 55% armor. If it has 40% of its total wounds, it has 40% armor. If it has less than 40% of its total wounds, it has only 25% armor. Also, it always suffers plus 20% toxic and fire damage. Okay. I see. They literally just made a mini out of print, just made that mini out of print, and I'm very sad. I want one. I'm sure I can find one on eBay somewhere, but yeah, literally like 2 months ago. Oh my god. He's so good, though. So it's me. Yeah, we're pretty split up this time. Okay, well, let's get some exploits on this guy.
Refuse.
Sorry? You don't have a line of sight to him. I mean, if you say so, well, that ain't right. No. I don't know if it's on account of Abelard being there, but okay. We'll probably kill one guy, one inconsequential guy this turn. Go ahead and analyze him.
Personally.
And hell, why not exposes? This isn't a once per battle thing, is it? No, it's not. Just exposes. Oh, and it's 0 AP now, isn't it? Oh, did I go for that? No. I'm thinking of something else. Is it even worth doing a Deadeye shot? It's not worth doing it, I guess. What's the actual difference? 50% bonus to the effective range and a plus 10% hit chance. Yeah, I might as well. I'm only gonna shoot one guy. Not really inconsequential. More enemies, the more turns they get to kill. Yeah, I really would have preferred to attack this thing first and start stacking up exploits against it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this because I get the feeling Abelard is about to get kind of... Well, no, they're all carrying ranged weapons, aren't they? This is the only thing that's gonna really be attacking with melee. So in that case... let's hold off for now. We'll wait until we see where Abelard is on the next next time Sebastian's turn comes around.
I've suffered worse. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Good dodge.
My faith shields me.
Okay, what is Rending Scream? Why would this not be in the log? Oh, it is. Okay. Rending Scream. Target makes a toughness test. If failed, the target suffers bleeding for 5 rounds. Okay, so everyone's gonna bleed for 5 rounds. I see. Okay, probably better to wait until she's got a few more people around her for this, or until we really need the momentum. Because 6 momentum's not really going to do us much good, and I don't know if we don't have that many other ways to generate momentum. I know we have some, but not a lot. Probably want her somewhere else, too. It's just not a whole lot of great options there. And she benefits more from being in cover now, and she's bleeding. We could have her just fire twice on this thing. What are her odds of just a single shot? Burst fire. It doesn't need burst fire, it's still... Oh, but she could go after all of them. She's probably going to hit Abelard too. I think it's worth it. I do suddenly wish I thought more about her actual lines of sight before I decided not to do that ability that I have. Let's do it.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I know she gets a penalty, but I still think... Oh wait, is that her hit percent chance? I think it is. Okay, well that changes things. Because if she's... Yeah, with this attack, I think it's because this thing's just in the way. So there's, unless the bullets penetrated, which with her gun I don't think they will. Okay, so for Abelard's sake, among other things, let's do this.
I'll do it.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And we can do one more. To use unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows a character to use a heroic act. A low value grants access to Desperate Measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Where is the momentum bar? Oh, is it this? Yes. Okay. Yeah, the best way to miss. Okay, let's go ahead and do this again. Is there any way I can... No, we just have to hold.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
We'll hold off on using this just yet, right? Soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire. We'll hold off. She can still do stuff. We don't need the momentum. I didn't realize we were so far up on momentum already. I didn't realize that I was going to get momentum for kills. It probably got tutorialized last time. I mean, you might as well reload, I guess, because there's nothing else I want you to do.
That is not the Emperor's
No?
will.
3 AP, okay. Yeah, end your turn. Idira. What shall we do with you? We could have you do a dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target that always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a minus 30% penalty to armor, block, dodge, and parry. Who's in your line of sight? Nobody, right? Yeah, nobody. Okay, well, we'll move you here.
Cover me.
And I'm gonna have you analyze this
Anything
guy.
else?
Start the process of stacking up exploits on him. Every successful hit and kill grants momentum, as do the specific momentum granting abilities. However, every time you get hit, get a negative effect, or go down, you lose momentum. That makes sense. We won't expose weakness on it yet. I'm gonna have you buff Abelard.
Was that you? Or
And I'm gonna have you do a light. They're all spread out right now, aren't they? Okay. Can you afford a Psychic Shriek? Let's have you do a Psychic Shriek. Honestly, the Chaos Spawn wouldn't be a bad thing to do, but we can... Heretic Cutthroat, Heretic Cutthroat. Yeah, they're all Heretic Cutthroats. I'm gonna have you do a Psychic Shriek on him.
be gone.
Yeah, that felt like the right call. These guys have to move to get in a better position. They have to make a decision before, and yeah. They're more likely to make a bad decision if they have to make 2 than if they have to make 1. Alright, Abelard. You're definitely going to give yourself some buffs, but you're probably also just going to stay right there. I'm going to have you I'm going to have you endure. And honestly, I'm going to have you brace for impact as well. Unfortunately, we can't get you here, so we'll probably have to... Can you even get there now? Yes, you can. Okay, okay. So in that case, this only costs 1. We'll just have you do a regular strike on this guy.
At your beck and call.
And then we'll have you rush over to this guy and hopefully kill him, but I don't think... Oh, I forgot about opportunity attacks. What? Oh, he missed. That's great. 0 damage. Oh, he knocked him prone. What does his momentum attack do? I forgot to check. No. Okay, fair enough. You still don't have line of sight. You don't have line of sight on anybody right now. I thought it gave me a preview of who I'd be able to see when I moved. I swear that was a thing. Oh, it does, but you have to click first. Yeah. So even there, you don't have a line of sight. Well, you have a line of sight against him. I hate to put him in such terrible cover, but, I mean, he needs a shot, doesn't he? So... let's have you analyze enemies. He currently has 7 of those. So if I do expose weakness, removes all exploits, but it decreases the target's dodge, parry, and armor by 15 plus 7 times 1. What is that 1? My perception bonus divided by 3. Okay. My character doesn't have great perception, does he? Would it be under... Oh, character. C. Yeah, that makes sense. No, my perception's pretty good. It's one of my best. It's my second best with the top 2 tied. It's my third best with the top 2 tied. Okay. Wait, is that right? Because perception bonus to... Oh, my bonus. Yeah, not the flat perception stat. It's my bonus. And my bonus is... 4. Okay, fair enough. Pretty good, but you're low level. You can pump it up later, yeah. So it's still not much. It's 15 plus 7, so 22. 22% lower armor on this thing is actually pretty nice, isn't it? It's 1 AP, and this costs 2. Let's go ahead and do it. Or we could boost that up a little bit more, and I could shoot at someone else. Let's do that, actually. Let's go for him. Probably should have done a Deadeye shot, but it doesn't matter. And let's go ahead and do regimental tactics. And let's end the... well, you can't move again, can... No, it's just once. Okay.
Why did I not foresee?
Had a feeling we would get some AoE attacks here. Nice parry. He just stood right up to parry. Good man.
Pain cleanses the body.
Alright, everybody's gonna be fine. So, I didn't need to do that, because these guys are both dead now. That was foolish. Oh, but, hang on. I'd be taking her out of cover, but she could have some line of sight on maybe this guy. I don't like the idea of taking her out of cover, but Abelard does seem to be getting focused right now. Let's see what happens.
The Emperor will be undone.
Please actually have a line of sight. Like, if I do this... Yeah, okay. Okay, you could hit all of them. Can't run and gun again. This is, Yeah, you can't use it back to back, is what the... Okay, fair enough. Oh, do I maybe want to do this? I think so. Yeah.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
And then we'll have you do this as many times as we can, I suppose.
As the Emperor commands.
Wait, does that... Oh, okay. I guess because they're on a different level, you can't actually target... You can't do that twice. Okay. Well, we'll just do as many as we can on this guy now. Keep it going.
Doubt is for the weak.
Dang. Oh, even more.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay. Again. Can we get another? No, I didn't think so. Alright. Alright. Our momentum attack uses the attack that uses the least AP. I see.
My prescience has failed me.
You're gonna be fine, Adira. Why don't you go over there? Probably should have moved her somewhere else, but it's fine. And we'll get some more exploits on this guy. Up to 10 now. 25% less. Or no. Yeah, 25% less armor he'll get. Let's do forewarning again on Abelard. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting into the swing of things. This is pretty fun. 7 to 16. It's overwhelming, but once you start getting into it, it's a very robust combat system. This won't. Oh, they're not nearly close enough. Let's Psychic Shriek on this guy, I suppose. It's time. Nice. Big damage. Healing in combat. You can use a medkit to restore your party members' wounds in battle, treat an injury, or get rid of certain negative effects if the character is injured or suffering such an effect. If the character has a medkit equipped, its icon will be displayed in the bottom left. If no such icon is present, open your inventory and equip medkit by double-clicking left mouse button on it. Holy shit. To use a medkit, select its icon at the bottom of the screen, then click left mouse button. I know how to use them. Medkits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicae, or have taken the Medicae skill advancement at least once. A Medicae skill test determines the number of wounds restored. Each medkit holds 2 or more charges, with 1 charge being consumed per use. Once used, medkits disappear from the panel at the bottom of the screen, so remember. Note that healing, like most actions, spend... got it, okay. Robustness. Oof, just like Pathfinder, only the first attack hits. Yeah, honestly. Speaking of which, I got excited yesterday thinking we have it on Saturday, and we have it a week from Saturday. I'm going to physically harm Ghost. Please do, we need more sessions. We'll get back into the swing of it real soon. I am done with you. Oh, I did not realize you were almost dead. Shit. Okay, well, there wasn't anything. She didn't have any more action points anyway, right? So, okay. Well, we're gonna have you endure. And then we're gonna have you smack him. Give him a smack. And then we're gonna have you rush over to this guy. Give him... Oh, my God. Good job. I keep forgetting about attacks of opportunity. Alright. Doesn't get much better than that. Unfortunately, this thing's about to get out of some of our lines of sight. Okay, now I think we're going to go ahead, stack one more exploit on him. Oh, he reset all of his exploits, so fuck me. I don't know how, when, and how. What did we do to do that? What do I need to do to not have that happen again? And what got rid of all of its exploits without me realizing that was what was going to happen? Okay, well, let's go back through it, because we know... Did she do something? Does Psychic Scream remove exploits? Because that's the only thing I could think of. Psychic Shriek. No, it doesn't. Exploits get removed when physical damage is dealt. Oh. They make the attack do extra damage. Oh, okay. Well, dang. Alright, good to know. So yeah, okay, I mean, that makes exposed weakness a lot less useful. I mean, I'm sure it'll get better once I'm actually multiplying it by more than one, but still... Just have everyone in your party avoid attacking it until you're ready. I mean, we gotta start doing damage to this guy, so...
I'll see to it. Didn't even flinch.
Yeah, that's about right. Wow. Alright, Argenta. I kind of just want to have you run and gun. I keep thinking I can control everyone at once. Just because the UI looks quite a bit like XCOM, at least as far as the movement goes. I keep wanting to hit tab to switch to my other characters. Of course, the guns as well. And the art style, I suppose, is quite XCOM, come to think of it. At least as far as, like, the poly counts go. Maybe more XCOM 1 than XCOM 2. I mean, oh, you actually can't, so she's gonna have to trigger this opportunity attack. Because that's, God damn it. Alright, well.
Pain like this.
Yeah, I think you're gonna go down, to tell you the truth. Because you don't have a med kit on you. Art direction-wise it isn't, but the general feel of the game is very XCOM, yeah. Well, I mean, let's just keep doing this, right? And then we'll expose... What is this?
Anything else? Was that you?
Pretty good damage.
I've suffered worse.
Let's make sure you put Endure on first. Hopefully he can pull some of that damage away from Argenta, but Adira's going to go down on her next turn. I guess we can have Adira try to get over there and heal her. What world do you think you would be worse to live in? Warhammer 40k or XCOM? Oh, easily Warhammer. Just objectively Warhammer. Yeah. XCOM, the average person doesn't live in that bad of a state. You might get abducted and turned into goo or something, but... Warhammer, everything is bad for everyone all the time. Yeah, whenever you think I wonder what would win between 40k and yeah, that's the whole point. I don't know. We might not make it.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay, Argenta, you do have a med kit. We just have to hope you don't... Oh, but you can't get over there. Okay, so she's just gonna go down. We have to do as much damage as we can right now. Okay, I think we'd better run and gun. I don't suppose... Would this trigger an opportunity attack? No, perfect. Let's run and gun. And let's shoot this thing twice. Oh, son of a bitch. That's right. Okay. So we have to fucking hope that this goes well.
Rejoice in battle.
Nice.
Faith
65%
without
every
deeds is
time.
worthless.
Fucking alright.
We're at a tactical disadvantage.
Yeah. There isn't a disengage? Now that's a question. Is there a disengage? I forgot. It's been a week and a half since I last played. Once a character has suffered a certain number of injuries, these injuries are replaced with a trauma. Make use of medkits in time to treat injuries to avoid characters suffering traumas. So she has an injury because she went down. Okay. There is, but it's a skill. Haha. Well, we can't have you charge, unfortunately, so you're just gonna hopefully be tanking the rest of this time. Everyone keeps losing health to this thing. I don't really know why. Like, every time they attack it, Oh, this is specifically for Abelard. Okay. Isn't your character standing in acid? Yeah, mine is, but Argenta just took a lot of damage too. Is it just bleed? Honestly, Kurt, I think fantasy would be worse to... What? Oh, Jesus, hang on. Star Wars Empire or the Imperium of Man. Imperium without a doubt. Imperium or Spartans from Halo, it's Imperium. Warhammer 40k or Age of Sigmar. Fantasy would be worse to live in, at least 40k. There are some peaceful moments, some planets have factories, yeah. A lot of luxuries, I imagine, in 40k compared to the other one. And fantasy are fucked, it's one planet and the whole planet is fucked. Is he? Is this acid gonna be there? No, I guess probably, yeah. Okay. You out of action points. Oh, you've already attacked. Alright. Yeah, that's my problem, is yes, that I'm standing in acid. Okay, well. I'm also bleeding, I'm pretty sure, so I'm gonna go down to
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done.
30 damage is great. We might survive.
I need your aegis, O Emperor.
Shame.
Don't you dare
Oh
leave
no,
us
that's
now.
not. I was misunderstanding that. Yeesh, this ain't good, man. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to look at the momentum attacks. At least in 40k, there's spaceships to fly you away, hopefully, but fantasy, you're unlucky. You think you have the chance to fly away? You've heard of Exterminatus, right? I haven't, actually. I think that 30 damage just saved you, probably. Characters lost consciousness, their wounds have been reduced to 0. Character can no longer participate in combat, nor can they be resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness. Oh, after the battle. Okay, okay. Cool. Exterminatus is when the Imperium thinks there might be 1 or 2 Chaos Worshippers on your planet, so they glass the entire thing from orbit. Ah. There is no hope in the far future. Oh.
It will be done.
Oh, that was in reference to that, I see.
Victory is in.
Jesus Christ. Alright.
From the ashes, I will rise.
Yep. Okay. Who all has medkits? Let's do that first.
I know how to take risks.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
My
We have
whispers
one
crave.
medkit
The Emperor
with 2
sets my
charges.
path.
Okay. We'll heal yourself first.
Injuries will not slow me.
Do we want you to heal your own injuries, or do we maybe want someone with a higher Medicae skill to do that? None of them are traumas, though, right? Crippled leg. How do I tell the difference? Is crippled leg and crippled arm? I'm assuming I would know. Well, no, but this is called head trauma, so is that a trauma, or is it a poorly labeled injury? Crippled is trauma. Well, shit, okay, so we definitely want someone with higher Medicae skill for that, then. Alright, who has the highest? Probably me. $35. Yeah, I'm at 50. 30. 15. 30. Okay. So why don't you give that to me? Oh, so I need to equip it? I know I need a certain skill that I might not have, but you would think 50 Medicae would be enough. Oh, you'll heal for free as soon as the prologue is over. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Injury is just called injury. But in fantasy, isn't like everything around you just being taken over by chaos at all times? Just one moment you're a farmer and you wake up and your land is filled with disease. Your whole family is bloated, and at least in 40k you just blow up and it's over. You go to bed and never wake up. Could be. I'm sure there are worse things that can happen to you, though. Alright, let's level up again. Oh boy. Just choose a characteristic to boost. I think I'm gonna go with perception, just to make us a little better in combat, and then no recommended talents. Interesting. So it wants me to decide. Alright, there's Ratmen as well. Maybe you can make a deal with them. I mean, there are some good places in fantasy. The Tomb Kings are spooky, scary skeletons, but they're not evil. They're just capitalists, and the Empire is falling apart, but it still has pubs and taverns. Sure, there's good in both, but, you know, more goodness. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about either, to be fair. I need to start favoriting things that I like the look of, I think. Forge World characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. Do I not already have that? Oh, I must have misunderstood. Well, yeah, let's take that immediately, because I was operating under the assumption I already had that, so I'll have that then. If you're near Chaos Dwarves or the Vampire Counts, you're fucked beyond belief. That would make sense. Okay. Interesting. Kinda weird that it shows me stuff they already have when I'm selecting. I guess it's good for reference. I might just take thick skin here. Yeah. Well, And I don't know why those are swapped. Probably toughness, keep him alive. Alright. For you, it's recommending intelligence or perception. About willpower. She's already at pretty high willpower. Intelligence and perception are just recommended for operatives, but she's more than just an operative. But if you're by the orcs and you're a strong fighter, maybe they'll let you fight as a practice dummy. You're absolutely not going to be strong enough to impress an orc, though. A boy can dream. Well, I don't plan on having her do a whole lot of ballistic or weapon combat. Why would they call it weapon skill and not melee skill? I suppose we'll go with perception. I just don't know. I don't know how much perception is actually going to play into her psyker powers. Like if I look at Psychic Shriek. Okay, but then if I look at... Huh. Well, power is probably better. Yeah, you would think so. But I can't tell just by looking at this whether... Yeah, fuck it. Full power. I don't feel like thinking that much about it. Oh my god. Alright, Oh, I forgot to play an ad again. Shit, I really do benefit from those reminders from Billy. I should have just skipped that one, honestly. Oh, Christ, I don't fucking know. Let's pick someone else. What is this? Okay. Improvements unlocked. Firearm mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire using the weapon attack that normally costs least AP. Have we not already been over this? Did you not actually level up, or am I not properly leveling you up? Okay, well let's do her first then, I guess. Maybe it's just not letting me do one and then the other. I'll do them both at the same time. Sure. That is what was happening, okay. I kind of wish you didn't level up as often, to be honest. I kind of wish they gave me, like, I wouldn't even care if you got 2 ranks at a time. This is just, it's a lot of right back to the screen after hoping I wasn't going to have to make another decision for a little while. But that's probably a silly thing to say. We'll go with ballistic skill. And what do you recommend? Because it's like every single fight we level up. I'm sure that's not going to be the case forever, but good lord. 2 AP less for reloads would be nice. I could keep her at full ammo a lot more frequently. It's a lot, yeah. Once you get through the ball rolling, you kind of instinctively know which section of upgrades to look at. Doesn't mean you get a lot of build variety, but it's also just quite overwhelming. It's good that a game has a lot of content and leeway, though, to be fair. Yeah, that sounds good. Rack and Ruin. Take out a bunch of the little guys first, and then go after the big bad in a fight. Sounds good to me. Alright, let's do some looting.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
There's a little bit of a delay.
Let's not waste time with
Yeah,
pleasantries.
there's like a millisecond delay when you pick someone, and it makes me keep accidentally going in cycles. If you pick one person, there's enough of a delay to try and double click them again, and then you go right back. Grab the goods. Okay, Gloves of Endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage until the end of combat. Oh. Man, you don't click, you just hover. Mantle of Heroism requires Iconoclast follower. Each requires Iconoclast follower. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by +20% until the end of combat. Maximum of 60. Don't click, just hover. Blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers unnatural colors. I don't want to think about who's gonna take what right now. Okay. Was that it? Just that guy to loot? Fine with me. Some more goods over here. That can all go to the cargo. We'll speak with them in a moment.
He's dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
It's very
A
convenient.
noble deed. Let the crew offer prayers for the hero who renounced his impure life in the name of humanity.
You got anything to say, guy in the corner? We won. We won. We won. We won. Alright. Are you gonna force a conversation, Heinrich?
Rival,
Oh,
Master
you
Helms,
are.
System status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
A white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. How did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum as our only chance of escaping from the warp. The words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. I hope I looted everything. Oh, there wasn't anywhere else to go to loot, so I'm sure I did. like to think my Sebastian here has at least heard of how this works. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horror of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze pouring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. It's afraid of how faithful I seemed to be. I need to change that. I don't want to be seen as the super faithful guy. It's just, none of the decisions seem very practical. I mean, I guess saving the crew would have been more practical, but I misunderstood the situation. What do you want from me? Oh no, let's actually take the opportunity to ask a question. You were to blame for Theodora's death.
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
That's some Zinch logic right there. I don't know about this.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your head begins to spin, and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voidfear, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. Same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. This is dense writing. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. Got it.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, peace to salvation. The thread that will guide you, and the weapon of our return to me.
The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. This is cool, though, actually. It's like, this is a good, like, CRPG opening. Like, you've altered fate, and now this is your story to tell.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty.
Seneschal?
Okay.
The Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox Signaler's stable, which means...
Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who's standing next to you. Jack, it's okay to be enlightened by his divine will. Embrace his word. Yeah, this hooked me really hard. It started with walking through the flame, and this bit really got me. It's pretty neat.
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
Takes time for Abelard to respond. He watches, he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues. I'm not saying anything. I'm on board with this.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Yes, you did. Seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older. What's the trouble, Seneschal? Ooh. What
The
an animation.
of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Sick. Oh, he did it. Prologue achieved. That bit too, where he goes, I meant Lord Captain. Yes, you did. Fetch me my slippers. Okay, that's not voice acted. I've done it again. You can tell that I've lost my cursor when you can see the default Windows cursor over here. Hang on. Yeah, you just have to hold it at the corner of the screen for a while. I gotta figure out how to fix that. It's probably going to be some third-party thing that should not be third-party, but whatever. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. Cargo management. Open the cargo management screen to learn more about. Could this not have waited until after the dialogue? On your flagship, the amount, the types, and the percentage of cargo being filled up. On the cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that is already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon. You had us worried for a few hours there. Abelard offers a thin smile, but after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some point, some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy. I see, that is not a typo. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. There is still voice acting throughout the game, but yeah, it does become less from now. Your companions do still have a decent amount, though. Cargo really doesn't mean anything for quite a while yet. Don't worry, just keep collecting it. You'll never stop me. I do not wish to be the rogue trader. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings. But this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship. They are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidfear? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. I like this guy. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers! You've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Sebastian Acure von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Surrey Otter of the Tolerant line, our new Vox Master. Vox, a piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound. You immediately said you like the Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest. You really are your character. Yeah, look at him. He's got the stuff. He's got the shoulder-mounted boys. Perfect. We need more shoulder-mounted boys on this ship. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. I'm with you, man. I love the ad mech. Sick. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Now, this guy has been voice acted before, and I don't quite remember what he sounded like. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Oh, Cockney, basically. We'll revisit him And lastly, our high factotum Janris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Never mind, he's from Somerset, apparently. I prefer yours. Yeah, that's fine. That's distinct enough. High Factorum Janris Danrock, dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows.
It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard.
In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. A supernatural, the machine god, a supernatural entity, god of all knowledge, worshipped by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yes. Obsequious, obedient or attentive to an excessive or servile degree. Very good. Never heard that one before. I like it. Obsequious. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of all the tech priests. Mechadendrites. Tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically. Geez. A tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine. Very good. They do little dances when they salute with their boys. Amazing. Is that everyone? Voxmaster Vigdis. Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancia's protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that... these guys sound way too similar. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing. The Master-at-Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sauerback, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voigtvir. That's how they send messages across the Imperium. They send telepathic messages. Makes sense. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of the proceedings. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. Zera Toller, a voice distorted by a Vox retranslator, emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Ooh. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thanks to the Omnissiah. But its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. Machine spirit is spirit believed by the adherents of the cult Mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. It's the blue smoke. Imagine a very emotionless text-to-speech voice. They speak binary. It gets translated through their robo-mask on their face. Oh, that's fun. That's very fun. Okay, I mean, that's a good guide. Okay. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos, the Magos, perhaps, was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. I see, thank you. The tech priest bows her head. That was pretty perfect, actually, thank you. High factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to... No. We are toiling day and night to complete a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is the people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykat Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true, given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Abelard, frowning. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Haven't heard from him yet. His name is Heinrich Montag. I can't do German. Yes, Lord Captain. The man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across the deck have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. I keep wanting to say Factorum. A post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice, pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. He's a firefighter, maybe a New York accent to pay tribute to those brave souls who fought on 9/11. Never forget, Jack. No, never forget. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less. But without our engineer prime and navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive will be torn to pieces, or all us melting into bulkheads. Into the bulkheads.
Your lordship, if you would allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was the Navis Nobilite Station. Station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grog shits low lifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take 'em out. So don't you worry on that score. I forgot to actually read up on the Navis Nobilite, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide capable void ships through the immaterium. I guess it makes sense that there would be dynasties built up around that, since it's mutations. 1 second.
Yeah, and like 99% of other mutants are killed at birth. Yeah, they'd be selecting for it. Promethium, a broad term for the combustible fuel in the Imperium. Man, yeah, we've been over that. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. Oh, it's alloy, yeah, it's just alloy, yeah, sure, alloy, you know. Natialomo. Perhaps. Naitalomo. I'm still sticking with this. Knew that was good. This is as if a dam has burst inside. All his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins. Every officer's dead. And now we've got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Yeah, we're gonna fucking kill this guy. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is. For we already have one lined up. I mean, practically, we probably want to execute him, right? But I don't want to go further down the dogmatic path. I mean, this seems the most practical. It's not going to be a no consequences thing, but there is good reason to keep this guy on staff. Still get punished, yeah. Experienced Masters of Ordnance are few and far between, so for that reason, he may remain in post. I leave his punishment at your discretion, Abelard. 20 lashes for a month for the next 6 months. Deprivation of officers' rations and privileges for the same period, with the option to extend. Record that in his file. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we've sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engineer Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for all major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. The massive void port on the edge of the Cronus expanse, and a notorious hotbed of vice, trade, and rogue trader intrigue. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Tolliman. We are in the Rykard star system. They're all blending together. And our voyage here is undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykard Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities in the planet. Sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances.
The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator or a tech priest and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one, as they should. Your lordship, there is one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora. Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You are perhaps wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. And then, yeah, Coronis Expanse. A scattered, poorly explored region on the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome Xenos, treasured heathen worlds, and echoes of ancient doom. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You're referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich van Kalox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governors of Reich Admin Horus, may know something. Abelard, I hope you don't talk without voice acting too much, because your voice is not easy. Lord Inquisitor is the big boy. You do not fuck with him. No, no, no. He can just decide you're a heretic. Leave him alone. I'll pretend to really believe while he's around. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere task of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia's protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. But then... Idira? Sister Argenta? Explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment of dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Now, I'm not going to do the voice that her voice actress did, because I don't think it's appropriate. Daybreak. If there's nothing else to report. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? I cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? No, not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Aw, do it while staring down the barrel of the camera. No, I think not. Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. Very good. More bowing. Less salutes, more bows. Alright. No, I don't need to save. We're on Iron Man mode. Just felt like a good moment for a hard save, you understand. Can I sit? No, I've done enough sitting. I like that we have a whole wheel for this big fuck-off spaceship. How often is the Lord Commander actually using this wheel, or is that just ceremonial? I have to imagine you're not really, like, pitching the ship with this thing. Well, I mean, let's go talk to everybody. Let's do it. Oh my god, the fucking... my voice is never gonna get sore again on Mondays as long as I'm doing this. Very ceremonial. Boxmaster Victus. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. Again, I'm forgetting to fucking play ads. That one was like 15 minutes early, to be fair. Oh, you can choose now. You can either talk to people or you can go to the map and visit a planet. Well, we're gonna go talk to everybody. That's just what we're doing. See the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. Oh, I see. So she's probably sounding a little robotic as well, but maybe less so than the Mechanicus. We're going to do the same voice anyway. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Remind me who you are. Your appearance is unique. You're a Voidborn, are you not? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spend their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are not used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn in my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship, just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny. Others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of my dynasty. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are children born in the void between the stars, it is the womb of a traveling, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or forgotten asteroid station, low gravity, voyages through the warp, and countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Where do you bloody think it comes from? Yeah, I had second thoughts about asking that one, but this feels like an exposition dump of a conversation, so let's just do it all. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster. The only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesne? Demol? I'm imagining that means, like, accommodation, you know, like their section,
pronounced domain. Ah, domain, I see. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people, just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Vigdis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks. Blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Adira Tlas not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. The word domain comes from domain originally, and they mean the same thing. Domain is used in CK3, I think, or 2 maybe. Interesting. I'd never seen it in CK3, so I imagine it's CK2. Looks like you are close friends with Adira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Vigdis's eyes, the only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Adira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of Amasek, a potent alcoholic drink of varying quality, widely available across the Imperium. Good idea. Except Adira changed after one incident. When we started to drift apart, the death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Adira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her, in my own way. Perception test succeeded. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half of a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you managed to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Adira, she is devastated by it. What percent is that Caramel Turtles whiskey? It seems like it would be low. It's, yeah, 30%, 60 proof. Quite low. It's, pretty much liqueur. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. I felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business. As you wish, Lord Captain. What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. We also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks, and after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come in and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Connect me with the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Oh, I failed. Alright. Before you can activate the Vox, a deafening screech of static fills the air, making everyone aboard jump to attention. You clear your throat and address the crew with a rousing speech, but whispers and indifferent stares are the only response. That was a 95% chance. 90, yeah, it's some bad luck. I mean, Fellowship is not this guy's strong suit, so fair enough. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. The auger calibration ritual is complete. Tech priests are heading to the life support chambers. Let's have a chat with Abelard. Let's actually chat with some people whose voices are easier to do first. Where? I'll have to go to the bridge for Adira. I don't remember where the other one said she'd go, but let's talk to Ravor. Ravor. I did it and succeeded, and you hear cheering and clapping. Oh, that sucks he failed. Ah, damn, so cool, too. It's so good, I'm sure. Master Helmsman Raver. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle, blue-veined snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Raver, at your service. You a Voidborn, are you not? I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, and my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower old scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors made great navigational servitors, but I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the Crowways, and I spent months picking them off, one after the other. Raver stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. I want you to know, Jack, this accent is perfect. It's fun to do. He's telling me a story that I don't think he would tell with such enthusiasm, but it's a lot of fun. Finish your story, Ravor. Ravor stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. I have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, and ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Dan Rock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Tell me about the Voidborn. Ravor winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect. You'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation, like Ptolemy, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. Alright. Ravor's about to start talking about the greater good. He is, yeah. Oh god, that's why I can do this accent, because all the years I spent watching Hot Fuzz growing up, and, you know, the Lord of the Rings. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one of them. Take generous Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him. Got caught by a seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up our post. Said the Vox systems were damaged, and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. Now how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect Coll's report with the power of my mind? First officer was Sarian. I can't stand him.
Like every Navy officer I ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void. He puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him had to have words a few times before he left me alone. I think the Emperor, Lady Theodora, trusted me more than a seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. And there's that woman. What's her name? Plass? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went. And look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Ptolemy, you know. Or at least she used to be. Tell me, you like anyone at all? Raver looks perplexed. What kind of a question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha, I don't want to die just yet. I must take my leave. Or Captain. Raver acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. Alright. Oh, there she is. Anybody else? Alright. Argenta.
Rogue trader.
Oh, fucking okay. Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. Oh, look, it's Bygenta. Bygenta? Yes, yes, yes. Tell me about the Adeptus Auroritas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
It's Bygenta. You'll have to forgive me. I've been looking at a lot of AEs that are read differently. Yes. They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the finest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
It's funny she says that, because she's lit a fire in my dark expanses too. And why not?
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia. And may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
Well, that's cool. I can't imagine that's all there is to it, but that's cool.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Okay, so they're like berserkers, basically. Makes sense. What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield, or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order militant, only the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains Sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make Sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
I wish we had some highlights for the different chapters.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belong to the Calexian branch of your order. What brought you to the Cronus Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Drusians being the followers of the cult of Saint Drusus, a legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade, who founded the Calixus sector of the Imperium of Man. They still refer to a lot of things as cults, including like the Mechanicus. Interesting.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I never like it in nested dialogue when there's an actual line for going back. It feels unnatural, but
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
okay. Fair enough.
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
She stopped short.
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
I smell a companion quest.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Great voice acting there. Argenta says heatedly, then she frowns and lowers her head for a moment. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself.
The Order Hospitaller are the healers of the Adeptus Sororitas. They go to disaster-stricken areas or war-torn areas and heal people. Order Pronatus, Argenta, find, protect, and escort holy relics. Order Militarent are fighters. Order Famulos are Adeptus Sororitas who serve in noble houses, basically the Bene Gesserit, and the Order of the Argent Shroud are militants who specifically only fight in specific part of the universe, right on the front lines with chaos. I see, thank you, yeah, love a bit extra lore.
During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
As you wish.
Oh, what is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
You might be of use to me, and so I have no problem with your presence. Argenta gives you a stern look but says nothing, only nodding impassively. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
I don't know, my time's pretty valuable. Like, people die. That's part of the deal here. I don't really care how they die. They're gonna, you know. They, of course, they should be provided for, but, like, I don't need to talk to them directly. They know. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with the Rogue Trader is too much.
As you wish, Rogue Trader.
Argenta says with a hint of disappointment. End dialogue. They got something. I got better things to do than talk to orphans. Manufacturing complex is reporting complete recovery after the fire. Good, good. It's nice to be out of the void. Actually see some nebulas and stuff out there. Oh, I imagine they put the shutters up when you're in the void because you don't want to fucking see what's out there. That's cool. That's a fun thought. I think we do need to go to the bridge. Assuming you can still fast travel to different parts of your ship even after the prologue. That wasn't just tutorializing how fast travel works. I met with them, felt like the right thing to do as a priest, had the chance to spread the word of the Emperor, and yes, they do. Right. No, it definitely makes sense if you're going that route, 100% to go with that, but my character, I don't think would. Reward the sacrifice, right? But like, people die. More people are gonna die. Imagine your character was thinking, what? No, what? Yeah, honestly. I want to talk to Abelard last, I think. And yes, well, last in this room anyway, and there you go. Oh, that goes to the captain's quarters. There's more elsewhere, I take it. Let's speak with the Technomat. Oh, can I not? Oh, fair enough. Oh, no, these guys are radiant. Greetings, Lord Captain. High factotum Janrus Danrock, yep. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulders while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding. And he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Janrus Danrock at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, thy duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. And, of course, I ensure that the Protectorate's prepare their tithe in a timely fashion. Let none ever say in my lifetime that the dynasty has disgraced itself with a late payment in the sacred tribute. Have to go for a bit, but I'll definitely be watching what I miss in the VOD. I'm loving this. Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Creamies, and enjoy your lurk. Have a great stream, buddy. I'm heading off to bed. Happy I was able to make it. It was great having you as well, Kurt. Enjoy your sleep. I'll catch you lads later on. Yeah. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? I come from Darganus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Janrus lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? That didn't click properly. Happy to be here, buddy. You know it. Hell yeah. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus.
Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader. She surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Generous's eyes light up. He's obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Varisian. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Varisian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion on Conrad Voigtver, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtver's company. But I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Volksmaster Vigdis Tolleman? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolleman has spent in as Volksmaster, I haven't noticed any significant flaws in her character, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I wish to discuss something else. As you say, your lordship. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with followers of Saint Drusus, the Explorators, the Kaspalika Mission, or Emperor, forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What do the followers of Saint Drusus require from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium, a gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. The members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, or is it Cognizance? It's probably a Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on the inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts. If truth be told, supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabbles from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found on the docks on Footfall. I'm interested in the Kaspalika mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of the Mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixus sector, an imperial sector located in Segmentum Obscurus next to the frontier region of the Coronis Expanse. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladame Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you. Another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladame, look for him, or Vladame, it's probably Vladame, look for him on the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Generous emits a laugh like a gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Ryza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amazicus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics are pirate cutthroats, Caspalica dealers and explorators. None will refuse our help in these dark and trying times, and there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. I suggest we change the subject. Certainly, Lord Captain. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. Oh, well, I wasn't. Oh, I see. I see. I mean, we don't need another soldier right this second, so I'm not too worried. Oh, but I can make custom characters and add them to my crew. Probably won't do that until the second playthrough. That's cool, though. I'd rather take, like, plot characters, honestly. Maybe she is one. But yeah, no, we're not. Yeah, that's fine. Our retinue and I are in need of training. I will show you our sparring chambers at once. Yeah, I don't actually want to. I don't know, I wanted to exhaust the dialogue. And enough questions for now. I shall return later. I shall await your instructions, Lord Captain. Alright, we've got just a technomat there. He's blessing the terminal. Voidsmen at Arms, bridge officers. I imagine Adira's down here. Now, I have no intention of cutting Adira loose. Honestly, I think if it comes down to choosing between Adira and the adept, well, I don't remember her name. What's her name? Argenta. If it comes between Argenta and Adira, I'm probably gonna pick Adira. But we'll see. We'll see. Whoever's proved more useful by then, I imagine. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps on the verge of falling off. Sensing your crooked presence, sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Good job, Cream is lurking at this point. Yeah, honestly. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
With a noticeable effort, Adira focuses her eyes on you. She lets out a nervous laugh. You're a psyker. Psychers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. You ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Adira bares her teeth in a savage grin. A febrile gleam in her. Okay, hang on. Sheemis isn't here to define words for me. This is this media has more words I've never encountered before than anything I've played as an adult. I love it. Having or showing the symptoms of a fever. I see. Terra, the throne world of the Imperium of Man and the original homeworld of humanity and the God Emperor. Now, did they rename Earth, or in this universe was it always called Terra? I know Terra means Earth in Latin, but I could see them having renamed it. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Astronomicon, the psychic beacon that helps navigators to triangulate a course for the void ships through the warp. Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finish a story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
Yeah, see, in addition to just having a personality that exists outside of a religion, Adira can see the future. I feel like my character would be all on board with that. He's confident enough in his intelligence to think that he could surmise something from the vague implications she gives based on her, like, fortune-telling. I think if it comes down to a choice between them, I'll probably pick her. And my character's not very good at making other characters get along with each other, so it may very well come to a decision.
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, and as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs.
How did you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards, also I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Interesting. I am going to play an ad real quick while I get up and grab another drink. It's another, like, 15-minute early one, but the last two will be an hour apart, so don't worry about that. Play that ad, and I'll be right back. Ooh, yeah, let me see. Actions, just want to make sure we're connected here. Yep, cool. Just a moment. Alright. This game is not easy on my processor. Hovering around 80 degrees Celsius. But that's because I need to either clean or replace the water block that cools my processor. Ideally replace it for one that doesn't get gunked up so fast. Oh, I'm on the wrong computer. Hang on. Also, this stream has made me realize my chat is a little more real estate. That's better. Okay. As long as I'm not switching those back and forth all the time, the computer seems to handle it fine. Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you.
Word.
Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
That's pretty fucking cool, man. How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amisec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Adira grins like she's already heard some salacious detail. Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
I love the way this, like, psyker / chaos... Yeah, I mean, yeah, the way this chaos dialogue is written. Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. Like, you really have to analyze every line. Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. Somewhere in the void, something is imperceivable from Tzeentch? I don't know that much about Warhammer lore, but I know a little. She draws the brush across the canvas. She being Tzeentch, or she being the child, and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. So I'm assuming something in the void is altering fate violently in such a way that's going to impact everything.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. A shift in perspective.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
That feels like it's in reference to Abelard. I'm gonna try.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
Glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death and twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? That feels kind of like it's in reference to Adira, which makes me think all of these are in reference to my companions. Maybe this is in reference to... I cannot remember her name to save my life. The Zealot. A red-robed sage. I only have 3 companions. One of these might be in reference to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Psyker shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Yeah, I can't do it. Okay,
I'm
fair
sorry,
enough.
Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Adira lets out a sharp breath and shakes her head. Some of those are actually voiced, but not all of them. What I wonder is, did Adira at any point see this coming? I can't remember if she brought that up at all last time I played on the 20th. So I'm just interested in eventually seeing, like, was this potentially foreseen, or did something come in to change Theodora's fate in such a way that Adira never could have seen it coming?
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices, ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Got a new story for me, Adira? I'm sure people with that accent don't draw every vowel out like that. I do it out of instinct.
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Adira becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any
Got one of those
den,
here.
but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness.
I was under the impression that the game just assumed I didn't know what regicide meant, but no, that's an in-universe tabletop game played across the Imperium of Man, similar to the ancient Terran game of chess. Or Terran, I see, not Terra. The Terran game of chess. Interesting.
So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally, with teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Sick. Yeah, I like Adira. She's pretty neat. I love that whole trope, you know, the whole mystical psychic plagued by their own perception. That's fun. That's good stuff. More of that. I could do with faster scrolling speed. Is there a way to adjust the sensitivity there? Yes. Keyboard scrolling speed. Let's let's double it. Let's bump it up 50% actually. 50% of what it was. Yeah, that's a lot more fluid, a lot more swift. And is this where I go to fast travel? No, it seems like actually you can only, for the time being anyhow, you can only, so that was just to tutorialize fast travel elsewhere, because for now it looks like I can only actually go to my quarters. Where is Abelard? There he is.
Lord Captain?
Oh, so he's talking now.
Alright. Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings, and he offers a courteous nod. I think I was going a little too deep with him. I often go too deep. We were talking about over-penetration earlier, weren't we?
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Cronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Cronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Cronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Cronus Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Cronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Cronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
I wasn't listening. Which may be on the fringes, but still numbers of the territories of the Golden Throne, which did get a definition. An arcane cybernetic artifact that encases the God Emperor's physical remains entire and preserves them using stasis fields and psi-fusion reactors. Less wild and uncontrolled, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Cronus Expanse.
I wonder, are these factions that I am going to eventually have to choose who I empower? If so, it's going to be the Adeptus Mechanicus. I mean, I guess that kind of, does that kind of track? Because, I mean, the St. Drusus followers are definitely dogmatism, right? Adeptus Mechanicus, I don't know, would they be iconoclast? And then Cassibil, I don't know, Adeptus Mechanicus could be heresy, but I don't see Casballica mission being iconoclast either, so I guess we'll see. It could be a bit grayer than that.
Kunrad, a previous master of whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
It's interesting that he seemed very much dismayed, like it clearly wasn't part of his plan for Theodora to die, but it was this godlike entity that seemingly killed Theodora and Mort. Oh, Morty. Yeah, so... Be interesting to learn more about that.
That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, a used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Creative is an interesting word to use there, as though that's the only way a rogue trader can really apply creativity, is by colonizing.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Why did he feel the need to give up that information? I know I passed a coercion test to get it, but... I see. Okay, okay. Part of the reason is because he didn't really fit in there because he... I like that. I think my character would like that. He's willing to speak out of turn sometimes when he feels it's worth it. Cool. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting.
Furrows his brow and adds, do you have family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Interesting. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
About the Grey Wardens, that is. You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I hope we can change that someday, buddy. I must take my leave until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
End dialogue. Alright, let's head to the quarters. So, it's looking like I could either spend the last 90 minutes of the stream, I've really cleaned up in here. Last 90 minutes to an hour, depending on how long looking around here takes, of the stream, just looking around the first world that I have access to, but I think I'm gonna end it pretty soon, just as soon as I'm done looking around here, and come back next Wednesday to continue, just because, I don't know, it feels like a pretty good stopping point. I didn't expect it to take two mostly full streams, because it was about 4.5 hours of gameplay on Friday as well, so what, a stream and a half, really, to get through the prologue. Coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traitors, the Emperor's faithful servants. So that's the von Valancius sigil. It's 2 ornamental V's. You've got what looks like a scroll with some maybe blood dripping from it, clenched in a fist, and a compass. A sextant, sorry, not a compass. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. I wonder if that'll be replaced by my own portrait eventually. I'd like to give this to someone. Adira, perhaps? Or if it comes down to a decision between Adira and Abelard, probably would pick, I mean, whoever doesn't like me as much. The position of the pieces on the board suggests this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen any of these articles before. The fine sculpture. This fine sculpture, made from a strange metal, seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his world and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. Any more info on whatever this thing is? Those are fragment hung on a trophy board. No more info. Boiler organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. I'm not gonna link my account. Not on stream. Not right now. The bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. And I've got a vault, which I imagine is, yeah, just ship cargo. Lord Captain's Data Chronicle, Von Valancius Ancestry Record. Ooh. Ooh. What the fuck is this? I'm confused. Shrine of Remembrance. Is this like a Kickstarter backers or... Oh, I bet it is. I just about bet it is. What is the pausing and the playing? Okay, slowly goes through them. Neat. Can I read the Data Chronicle? Maybe eventually stuff comes up there, but not yet. Okay. Ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. Goods. Weird that there's loot. Cracked data slate. 00011111010101010101011 N872-04. The final transactions with the Chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. 0001111001000. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by bridge 10010101010. Target's estimate 0011001. Time of arrival in the system 010101010. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor hive 0010011111000. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time 011011100. We're gonna put that in cargo, I think. It's a trophy. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at. Uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Kunrad has served me for too long for his removal to go plainlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valancius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Send that to cargo as well. You can change your appearance. That's cool. How much? Is it just a haircut? No, it is everything. Well, I'm perfect as I am. I think we can all agree. Baldness and cables and all. God, this would be a sick bath. Can I? Oh, you can't take a bath. Balanced this shit game. Oh, there is more. The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. Grim. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. Oh, come now. What's the point of being a rogue trader if you can't take it easy every now and then? I'm gonna insist everybody on board take it easy from time to time. It's gonna go off real well. Go over real well. Alright, well, I think that's gonna just about do it for me for the night. Really appreciate everyone hanging out. This should be a regular occurrence on every Wednesday going forward for the foreseeable future, because as soon as we're done with Rogue Trader, we're going to start the heavily modded Fallout 4 playthrough. It's going to be a good time. I'm going to be streaming on Friday as well. We're going to do cocktails every 90 minutes with Truck Sim in between. I played Truck Sim for the first time last night, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. It's really fun. So I'm looking forward to doing it while drinking. Nice stream, Juck. Good shit. Thank you, Alloy. It's been wonderful having you, buddy. It's been wonderful having Creamies and Kurt. I'm going to do American Truck Sim. I have Euro Truck Sim as well, though. I picked them both up in the sale, and honestly, I'm enjoying American Truck Sim enough to where I'm probably going to buy DLCs for both games before the end of the summer sale, because it's mostly quite discounted. But yeah, that'll be a good time. Let's see, is it worth it to raid? Does it make sense to raid? Not quite. I do like to have at least 4 people, so we're just going to call it there. Again, thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I'll see you all on Friday.